All right. Hello, everybody. How is it going today? Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. I know we had a lot of folks who were just on Katie sprints, and I was like, you know what? Let's do it. Minnesota sprint day. So I just took an everything shower, and all I have to do today is reviews and getting videos ready for you. So why not do that while sprinting? So welcome on in. Let us know what you're reading today. And I have been reading today already a little bit. Let us know what you're reading today, what team you're reading for, if there's anything else you're working on. So I have been reading, let's see how far I got. Where is my Libro FM app? I got to 32% in Splintered Kingdom by Gretchen Powell Fox. I am listening on Libro FM. I do also have it pulled up on my Kobo. So once I finish my reviews and stuff, I might have time to actually just devote specifically just to reading. And then I'll probably immersive read. But it kind of depends. I might just stick with audio just because I can get so much stuff done. But I'm on Splintered Kingdom right now. And then I'm also going to be working on videos. I have 5 Roll for TBR videos that I've recorded that I just need to get edited. And I know that y'all love those so much. So I'm like, I need to get back on them. I need to work on that. So I need to get those edited. And then I have my recommendations video. So if you are in the Obsidian Order looking for recommendations for our team bonus prompts, Atia just posted an excellent video yesterday with 40 different recommendations for middle grade and anthologies. And I'll be posting my own video of that very, very soon here. I just need to get that edited today as well. I want to say that I also have 40 recommendations. I think Atia and I both accidentally just grabbed every book that we might possibly want to recommend, and it ended up being kind of a lot. So yeah. I'm turning my mic off I have some allergies happening and I don't want y'all to have to hear me sniffle. So if I mute myself a teeny bit, that's why. I don't want you to hear the sniffle. So yeah, that's what I'm working on today. We're going to edit some videos. We're going to finish up some reviews. We have gotten through maybe half of them. I posted a bunch in the Share Your Reviews channel. And so today I'll be writing reviews for The Library of Amerlin by Kaylin Josephson, The Duke's Got Mail by Samara Parrish, Seek the Traitor Sun by Veronica Roth. If you know, you know. Bad Boy Era by Amy Dawes. I need to review Big Stick Energy by Serena Bowen, Daggermouth by H.M. Wolfe, and then 4 indie books that are not NetGalley, but I still want to make sure, if an indie author publishes and I love the book, I want to make sure that I post a very full review about it. So I'm also going to be posting glowing, 5-star recommendations for Sparks Will Fly by Laurel Hall, Design and Desire by Farrah Coulson, Ruin the Friendship by Alice Daniels, and Center of Attention by Daisy Wren. So yeah, I have... How many was this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for NetGalley, and then 4 for direct authors that I would love to get done today. And I don't have a specific schedule, so we'll just sprint as long as we want to. I was up until 3 a.m. last night. But I have been napping basically all day until this point. So I'm I do have quite a bit of energy. I could go for a hot minute, know what I mean? So let's see who's checked in or checking in. You don't have to check in. You don't have to. But let's see who's here and what y'all are doing today. So Becca's here. Hey, I did start early. I was just planning on kind of starting whenever Katie wanted to end. And so when she came back on, I was just finishing my everything shower. So I just real quick went and grabbed some snacks. Today we are on cheese and crackers, which is actually every day. I'm pretty much always on cheese and crackers. And then I refilled my water to be hydrated because I did go to a drinking thing yesterday. So we're going to hydrate today and then just hopped on whenever. Mary's here. Hey, Mary, how are you? Beck is working on the arc of Love You to Death for Crimson Coven and 70% in. So you're already so close. Yay. Sadi is here. Hello, hello. Some house chores today. It feels like it should be a house chores day for me. Alas, I'm too tired. I'm just too stark, of course, obviously. Awesome. And Glenda says hello to Beck, Marionette, and Sadia. Um, Jennifer says, hello, how are you? I remember that you were on our Friday sprints too. Welcome back. Reading a Twisted Tale anthology. I love anthologies. 86% done and 3 more stories to go. That's what I love about anthologies. It feels so much like more attainable to read them because it's just like shorter glimpses of stories or essays or things. So maybe on today's sprint, I should put up a poll for which anthology I read this month. I don't have any anthologies that are arcs that I need to get through, but I do have a bunch of them on my shelf. So I might give you guys the say in which one I read for my bonus prompt. Mary says hello to Glenda and Fran and everyone else. Glenda is reading Tell the Ghost I'm Gone by Kaylin Barron and on Team Emerald Enigma. And Glenda has been recruiting Emerald Enigma. Glenda has been just cheering everyone on, joining the green team. And you know what? I will say purple and green look really good together. So Glenda is reading a novella, The Home in Red by GZ Dadzi, a black indie novel. Ooh, what is it about? Tell me more. Annette says it has some hellos to say as well. And Annette also loved Ruin the Friendship. Ruin the Friendship is by Alice Daniels, and Alice is a local author to me, and I love her. She is a delightful person. Ruin the Friendship, just as a general content note, it does feature pregnancy. So I know that some people are not into that, but it's like a not his baby situation. It's a friends to lovers. It is spicy. It's very cute. It's very cute. And it's an indie author who's a delightful, wonderful human being. And so there's really no downsides to reading that book. There's none whatsoever. And the art's good. I definitely have the art in here. Ooh, I can show you one of the arts in the book. I can show you that art of them standing in like a winter wonderland. You can't see this other one. YouTube would not like that. So there's cute art for the book that you can order too. I do have some of the merch for the book. It's a hockey romance. And so I do have a sweatshirt for the team because when I wear it around, the fake team is the Minnesota Blue Herons. And so when I wear it around, the other day I was wearing it and I went into like the gas station or something. And there was a guy who was looking at me like, what team is that? So I thought that was pretty fun. Mary says, kudos for reviewing indie books. I review everything I read. It's fun to hear from authors with a book 5 years old saying things for reading. Yeah, absolutely. Like, I would love to review every book that 3 levels. Crazy. And let's change this that we're not in. Let's change this to be afternoon so it's not nighttime right now. And we can just be sipping. We can be doing some work. Maybe my character can be doing work since I don't want to. You know what I mean? We can either be pulling carrots or we can be, oh, this is cuter. I like that. We'll do this instead. Oh, Noah also says hello to Glenda. Hello, hello. All right. We'll go ahead and we'll hop into our first sprint. I will grab books for us to take a look at on the next little chatty bit break. And I'm going to see if I can I'm going to start my recommendations video so that I can get that posted today first. So that's what I'll be working on. And I will see you all in 60 minutes. So happy sprinting. right, everybody, welcome on back. Hello, hello. I have gone to acquire all of my, let's bring that off the screen. I've gone to acquire my options for anthologies to read so that you can help me pick. But yeah, I did get some editing done that sprint. I don't know what was going on with the screen share for Spirit City. It was not wanting to happen. So I just kept updating it constantly, which is fine. But I got some editing done. I want to say that I probably got like, I don't know, 15 minutes edited down so far of a video that will be, I probably have a little over half left to edit. This recommendations video is very long, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on how many recommendations you were looking for anthologies or comics, or not comics, middle grade. I have a lot of comics for the middle grade in my recommendations too. So I worked on that video quite a bit. And then I ate lunch, which also feels pretty good to make sure that I'm eating properly, I guess. So yeah, that's what I got done. What I'm going to do is, before I go through comments, I'm real quick going to pop up on the screen or show you the different choices I've got to read an anthology for the month of August sometime. I could read multiple, but I want to focus on one for sure. If you are on the Obsidian Order, one of our bonus prompts is to read an anthology, because I love anthologies so much. I didn't think that I would. I really thought that anthologies would not be for me, and especially like nonfiction. I was like, I don't want to read. I want to read romance books. But what I've discovered through Herkiad actually is that I love anthologies. They're so cool that my brain really likes reading them. So I'm a huge fan, and I'm glad that I know that now. And I would love to get other people reading them, I guess. So I'm going to show you my options. And what I want you to do is just to type in the chat which one you'd like to see me read, I guess. So there's only 8. So the first one is an anthology of essays called Gaza, Story of a Genocide. And this is a variety of primarily Palestinian authors, all just giving their own experiences of the last 3 years total. So this was published, I want to say, about a year ago, I believe. Right around a year ago. So all of the stories are from the same like year and a half span. So this is one option. It is a little under 300 pages. It's a very stiff paperback, like that's not flapping at all, which I'm like, who's making paperbacks like this? The second is a series of essays by writer Ismatu Gwendolyn called Former Stripper, Part-Time Visionary. And I found Ismatu online, and I was just really like, I saw them on Threads, and I loved their writing style, just the way that they articulated themselves, a lot of the things that they were posting. And so I looked into their books, and there's actually 2 of them on this list. So Former Stripper, Part-Time Visionary is a series of different essays. And then Small Prophecies is an anthology of poems. So it's a variety of poetry. There are some other, like slightly other formats, but it's just a variety of writings that all amount to Small Prophecies. So that's the third one. Next up is Disability Visibility, which is first-person stories from the 21st century. This is edited by Alice Wong, who you may have seen online. She's a huge disability advocate, and this is 5 different stories by 5 disabled authors, just about how they're navigating their disability in the 21st century. This one is a little bit older, I think, evidenced by the fact that the links in the back of the book are all from Twitter. But this one was published back in 2020. And so I did get this one from a Little Free Library, and that will go back to a Little Free Library when I'm done. Next up is Sister Nations. This one is edited by Heidi Erdrich and Laura Tui. And this one, I want to say it has, how many stories are in here? I want to say it was like 16. No, far more than 16. Whoa. Oh my God, there's so many more. There's like 40 stories in this. And this is like just over 200 pages. There's a lot of poetry, there are stories, there are essays. This one I also got at a little free library. I think this might be a good contender for me for Herkyed also. So Sister Nations. And this is Native American women writers on just the topic is community. The last three, this one is called Beyond the Glittering World, an anthology of Indigenous feminisms and futurisms. This is edited by three writers I already know I love, Stacy Shannon Denisosi, Kinsale Drake, and Darcy Littlebadger. And it features 22 different stories, poems, essays that challenge, misogyny in current Indigenous life. And this one also is a strong Herkyed anthology contender. This is a Rainbow Crate anthology. So the Rainbow Crate book box, twice a year they put out an anthology from queer authors. And so this is their spring anthology this year. It is called Let Your Queerness Bloom. And it's really pretty. All their books are beautiful. And so this is 16 never before published stories by authors from a diverse array of identities and backgrounds on the topic of what does spring mean to you? And so this is my Rainbow Crate Spring Anthology. And then my last option here is Honor. This is an anthology of sci-fi and fantasy stories, all by indie authors. This is an indie collective published book. So it is all of the indie authors listed on the spine here in this foil. That's kind of hard to read, honestly. And I actually bought this from one of the authors who's featured in the anthology. It is thicker. This is a lot of pages. Wow. This is 600 pages of sci-fi and fantasy stories. Oh my God. Oh my gosh. There are some full color illustrations in here. Holy crap. And I really like fantasy and sci-fi. I think this one is also a good Herkyed contender because if I managed to, if I read this and I managed to identify with up to 7 stories, then I can go read full books by those 7 indie fantasy sci-fi authors, which would be really cool. What's really wild is that these books are also they're signed by all the authors. They gave them each their own spot. So I think that this idea of doing a collection together with a bunch of indie authors is super cool too, by the way. So those are the 8 options that I've got. Let me know what you think would be cool for me to read with y'all, with you on sprints, etc. And then we'll check out what y'all did during the sprint while you put your thoughts into the chat on what you'd like to see me read there. So first we had Demers happening. Hey Demers, how are you? At 93% of Rewrite the Stars. You're so close. You will have to put a poll in Discord to help pick your next book. Correct. Because you are so close. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Christina hopped in. Hey, Christina. Christina is the owner of all of the amazing links, things that you need to know. So this is the playlist for sprints for ARC August. So if you just bookmark this for the month, then whenever you get a little ping, hey, sprints are starting, or whenever you want to find out when the next sprints are, you go to this link. Right now, it should show that I'm currently sprinting, and then the next sprint scheduled are Atia's sprints tomorrow. And then you can also go, this is our announcements, TBRs, additional ARC August videos put out by hosts. So if you are wanting some inspiration on what you could read, if you are wanting to see if anybody else is reading maybe the same arcs that you are, if you are wondering what to go request from NetGalley, this is none of my business if we go request new arcs. I literally just filled out an ARC request form for an indie author during that sprint. But this is the list you can do it on. And then reminders to hydrate, feed yourself, check your laundry, take your meds, stretch, and show some love to that like button if you would. You don't have to, no pressure. And if you want to subscribe, feel free. That'd be great. Noah says, it's such a cute productivity timer. Thank you. It is called a Spirit City. It's a game on Steam that you can buy. It is a purchase game. And it's just adorable. It's just real cute, honestly. So it's one of my favorite things. I like cute motivates me. If something is cute, I'm gonna like it more. Glenda says hello to Demers and Christina, and Demers says hello back. Megan is here. Hey, Megan, how are you doing? What are you going to be reading today, or what are you working on this Sunday? And Glenda says, hey, Megan, my Sunday is going good, Demers. Hello, hello. Paperback Stash is here. Hello, hello. Sleepy day. Reading for a bit sounds nice. We'll start with The Cabin at the End of the World by Paul Tremblay. Awesome. Oh, and lazy, 100%. I woke up at okay, the first time I woke up at 9:30, and then I went back to bed. And then I woke up at 11:30. I was out till 3 a.m. But I still went to bed. I still slept so long. Allie's here. Hello, Allie. Hello to you, Allie, and you're saying hello to me, Allie. Currently listening to 1984 by George Orwell, and at 5%. Important book to be reading. Hello, hello. Words of Magic. Welcome in. Welcome to the sprint. If there's or stream, if there's anything else that you'd like me to call you, let me know. Otherwise, I can call you by your username. Currently on page 212 of 359 for your book. So you're ready to get some reading in. Amazing. You're well over halfway done. You're ready to make some progress. Purple Elephant is here. Hello, hello. Just joining now. I'm on Emerald Enigma, along with Glenda and several others in the chat, and reading The Road of Bones by Demi Winters. I've heard such great things about that, and I'm like, I haven't even read the synopsis, so I'm like, I probably shouldn't just go ahead and add it to my TBR without looking at that first, but I've just heard great things. You know what I mean? Sometimes that's all it takes. And Glenda says hello to everyone who's joining. Lavender's here. Hello, hello. Currently 47% into Vow of Eternal Night. Nice. That is a Camp NetGalley book. So a reminder that if you did get a Camp NetGalley book, you need to read it and review it by the 13th. So you have 11 more days. I'm going to be reviewing Fancy Dogs, the children's book, and Witch Hat Atelier, which is a middle grade graphic novel. And those two are both for Camp NetGalley for me. Kristen's here. Hey, Kristen, how's it going? What are you reading and what are you doing today? Let us know. Kid is here. Hello, hello. Joining a little late during the sprint, but I'm currently working on some planning and then continuing in Part of Your World. Is that the Abby Jimenez? You're not late. I started early. So my sprint, it was mid-sprint by the time we got to the technical start time. So you're not late. I was early. And then I also have an Abby Jimenez arc to read. I have the arc for The Night We Met that I need to get read. Look, I got a lot of books to read. Maybe too many. Who knows? Glenda says hello to folks. And Mary wants to know what genre is Glenda's book today. Till the Ghosts, I'm Gone, which is YA horror and paranormal, aka too scary for me. But Mary likes the title. Ren is joining us. Hello, hello. Just popping in to say hi and boop the like button. Hey, Ren, how's it going? How are you? Welcome. Mary says hi to Ren too. And more compliments for the timer for Spirit City. It's just adorable, and you can customize everywhere you are. So if you see all the purple flowers and stuff in the garden setting, because I picked the colors for all those flowers. So you can really make it look however you want it to look, which is really nice. Glenda says hello to Ren. Allie says hi to folks. Renee's here. Hello, hello. How's it going? What are you working on today? And how are you? It's been one day since I last talked to you. And hello. I never get to see you. How are you? Popping in to say hi and tickle the like button before bed. Thank you, thank you. Oh, you're so kind. During that sprint, Allie got to 9% in 1984 by George Orwell. Awesome. And then Jennifer finished a Twisted Tale anthology. Let's go. And started The Game Changer by Lana Ferguson. Awesome. The Game Changer by Lana Ferguson, which of her series is that a part of? I've read, I think I've read The Nanny. I think I've read, what else have I read by her? I think I read one where it's a guy who's a doctor is a werewolf. I think I've read two of her books, but I think they were from wildly different series. Ash is here. Hello, hello, Ash. Welcome in. Let us know what you're reading or working on today. And hello. And then Allie says 1984. Yeah, just the typo. Yep. Demers, finished your book. Yay! Hello, hell yeah, let's go. Gotta write your review. Once I finish editing this video for you guys, I am going to start on reviews, and I might alternate, like I'll do 2 reviews and then I'll edit a reel for TikTok or for Instagram, because I have so many books in my roll for TBR series that or not books, but videos that I have like 5 or 6 that I need to get posted, and I have to start recording my next one. So I think I'm gonna alternate 2 reviews video, 2 reviews video for the rest of the night. Ash has just started A Court of Mist and Fury. If this is not a reread, you're in for a ride, and I'm not gonna spoil anything. Beck says I made it to 90% in my arc, so I'm pushing to finish today, even though my eyes keep getting tired. I feel that. I've been listening to so many audiobooks lately, and I've noticed that, like, even though I'm listening with my ears, there will still be times where I'm like, oh, my eyes are so tired. And I'm like, what is my brain doing? Because I'm not even reading with my eyes. I could just be closing my eyes. I'm literally like, I'm laying in bed, I'm listening, and I'm like, I have my eyes open. I'm like staring into space while I'm listening to books. So I don't know. I'm making my own eyes tired, I guess. Purple Elephant read pages 121 to 182 in Road of Bones, despite the distraction of children. They do that. They can get distracting, for sure. I only have dogs, but, you know. Annette says disability visibility is excellent, and I have heard great things about it. So that's this one right here. I personally need to read more disabled authors and viewpoints and worldviews and things. So that's why I like that one. But I'm seeing a ton of votes in the chat. Oh, Glenda says hi to Renee and Della. I'm seeing a ton of votes in the chat for Honor from Allie, from Sadia, from Beck, from Demers, who also would like to see me read Gaza, the Story of a Genocide. Honor from Purple Elephant. Honor from Lavender. So Hilla does also say this one though. And I am not sure. Of course, my thing here turned off. Yes, she passed away in November last year. But so it's sounding like Honor is definitely the way to go, despite the fact that it's the longest one. So maybe y'all are just trying to make me read the very longest anthology. Thanks for that. Annette says made it to 75% of Take What You Can and would love to finish it tonight. That would be awesome. Let's see. I have quite the percentage left on Splintered Kingdom. I have 68%, and it will take me over 7 hours to read that 68% because it's actually like 14 and a half or 15 hours of audiobook left. So I'm not going to finish tonight, I don't think, as much as I'd like to. When I put my poll in Discord, and Team Obsidian Order voted for the first 2 books I read this month to be the longest books on my NetGalley TBR. So thanks, y'all. And then on this stream, y'all picked the one that is, all of these are like 200-ish pages, maybe 300, and then y'all pick the 600-page one for me to read. That's crazy. It's fine. Sorry. It's fine, but that's crazy. So appreciate y'all. Ken says, yes, the Abby Jimenez, and it's your first. And the arc that I have will also be my first. So yeah, I also haven't read any. And I live near her. One of my really good friends is, I don't know if anybody's an Abby fan, but I'm really good friends with admin Jeanette. Because Jeanette and I have worked together for years. and so it's like, and I'm like, I really should probably read one of Abby's books. Probably. So, Jennifer says it's a standalone Baker TV show and hockey player. Awesome. Oh, Baker TV show though. I'm interested in that. I have read in the last year, I've read several books that were about like a baking TV show or like a culinary TV show. I read Love and Other Disasters by Anita Kelly, which was fantastic. It was so good. I think there were like 2 others that I'm not remembering off the top of my head, but I love that micro trope, I guess. Demur says, I picked Honor because it sounded best for your Herkian prompt. And here's the thing. I will probably read most of these anthologies within this Herked year. I really, really want to read Beyond the Glittering World sometime soon. I want to read Gaza. I want to read Disability, Visibility. I want to read the poetry one, just because I think I need more poetry in my life. I'll probably read all of these, and I also want to make sure that I'm reading my Rainbow Crate anthologies in a timely manner before I get the fall one. I want to read the spring one, kind of thing. But this month is just going to be 3 enormous chunky books, and then I have to try to read as many of my other arcs as I can. And that says it's sabotage. Maybe. Nordic, welcome in. Hello. Cool. Always ironic. Great. Maybe. Corey's here. Hi, Corey. How are you? Finished Which You Would earlier, and now I'm 32% to dARCmore. I fucking love dARCmore, you guys. I also really enjoyed Which You Would. I read Which You Would after Halloween. I meant to read it in October, and then I just didn't for some reason. So I think I read it in like January or something like that. But I did really enjoy that. But dARCmore is fantastic, and I loved it so much. And it says, if it makes you feel better, my Herkid anthology is an 800 plus page anthology. That does make me feel better. Thank you, Annette. I do have one other anthology, and it's an anthology and a middle grade book called Black Boy Joy by Kwame Mbalia. And that one is short stories about Black Boy Joy. And so I'm like, I could read that too, but I think we can only get credit for one of the bonus prompts at a time. And Corey says, not you also reading the 3 arcs I've done so far. Corey and I have discovered, and this is actually the same for, I don't know if Kate is here, but Corey, you and I are one of the like pairs where I'm like, we have the same shelf. Like if I took a picture of my shelves, my red and my TBR, we took a picture of your shelves, red and TBR, we would have a lot of crossover. So a lot of crossover. Unfortunately, fortunately, but also, fun fact, for anybody who was on Katie's stream earlier today, we were talking a little bit about Midwest Bookish Fest, which is a Minneapolis-based book convention that is excellent. I highly, highly recommend. I had a great time this year, and their ticket sales went live today. There are still tickets left if anybody wants to come, just because it's a great time. But they sold out of VIP tickets in like 4 hours, and they, for anybody running a convention, this is not a money-making venture. It is something that every convention runner that I know is just trying to stay above the red, and so to be sold out of VIP tickets so early is just a really, really great thing for them. So yay. There are still tickets available though. Just the VIP ones sold out. I did buy one immediately. I had to make sure to do that. So yeah. And then Corey says, I love being in fantastic company. Oh, that's so sweet. And Glenda says hi to Corey as well. A couple of reminders as we head into our next sprint here. We'll see if my StreamYard wants to work with me here on sharing my screen. But a couple of reminders. First, if you haven't yet, go ahead and submit your bonus points for attending the stream and for commenting. You do have to say something in the chat off to the side in order for it to count. Or if you're watching this back later on, you can just add a comment to the video and that counts too. But you can go to important links in Discord and submit this as a sprint bonus, and you'll put in just the URL of this video. And so, yeah. You'll get your bonus points. Also, because you're joining my sprints, I will take all of those submissions and I will turn them into entries into a giveaway that I'm going to do at the end of the month. At the end of the month, I'm probably going to pick 5 or 6 giveaway winners, and I will send you signed copies of books. I have a bunch of them. I chronically overpurchase books. This is just a thing that I do. And then I like books to live full lives and have multiple owners. And I like books to get into the hands of people who will love them. So there are some books that are signed that I've acquired that I just don't need to have. Like it's not my most favorite book of all time, but it might be yours, and so I want to give those away to people. So, and if you are international, we'll see what shipping costs are, and if I can, I'll get them to you. And if I can't, then I will give you a gift card so you can get something special for yourself. So, make sure that you are going to submit, getting your points. We want to make sure that you get credit for attending sprints and streams. Just because, yeah, we like that for everybody. I know a couple of you have been finishing books, so as you are writing your reviews, make sure that you're submitting as well. It's up to you on when you submit your book during the month. You don't have to submit right away. What I would personally recommend is keeping track somehow of what you've submitted and what you haven't somewhere. If you look in the pinned messages in just like the general chat in the Discord, somebody has made a spreadsheet to track things for yourself. Highly recommend, because your girl forgets to submit things and then doesn't know how to figure it out. Couldn't be me. But you can submit your books anytime. The main thing is if you read a book before that last weekend, it does need to be submitted, I think, by the 28th, because the 29th, 30th, and 31st will be a double point event. So, yeah. Allie says hello to Corey, and Yu's here. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Let us know what you're reading today or what you're going to be working on. Even if you're not working on anything and not being productive, let us know what you're up to. And we are going to be heading into our second sprint here. Let's bring Spirit City back up and see if it will let me sprint. Let's see if it'll let me share. Ooh. I'm like still yawning, and I think it's just because I'm talking. All right. We've been planting, so maybe we will go and we will actually pull up we'll harvest now. And our cow does still support with the thing on the head. Pull this up a little bit so we can see her out of the way. And Jean's here. Hey Jean, how are you? What are you working on today? What are you reading? You says, I'm working on writing a book. Amazing. Wow. Oh, that's very cool. Feel free to tell us what it's about. And excited to start second sprint. And Jean says, I thought this was a replay of Friday sprints, but you're wearing a different top. Yes. I've washed my hair, which feels like a big deal sometimes. You know what I mean? So yeah, we're going to go ahead and we're going to get into our second sprint. And then I'm just going to say we'll come back at so right now it is 4:40 Central. We'll come back at 5:40 Central. I'll put that in a comment that'll be pinned too, because I think the timer is having some trouble today. It goes away a little bit, but that's okay. We also have Carlin joining us. Hello. Currently reading the Christmas Yes List and Storm the Gates. Oh, getting the Christmas in July. Well, Christmas in August. But holiday vibes in the summer. I like it. Welcome in, Carlin. So let's go ahead and let's get this sprint started, and I will see you all in 60 minutes. All right. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Hello. Hello. I forgot to turn my mic on so that you could see the little ding at the end of the sprint there. My hair is like slowly drying from my everything shower that I took earlier. So yay. I got almost everything edited. So my video started at like 55 minutes. Yikes. Don't love that. I have edited out 20 minutes. And so I have 6 minutes left to like review and cut down. So I'm getting really, really close to the end of the video. And I'll get that posted literally as soon as I possibly can. So feeling really good about that. And my husband just messaged me. He just texted me from downstairs. He's like, hey, if I DoorDash dinner, do you want some too? And I'm like, yes, thank you. That would be fantastic. So I'm going to get a vanilla shake. Yay. All right. So let's see how y'all did during that sprint. So like I'm feeling really good about my video and how I'll be able to move forward in sprints tonight. But let's see how y'all did here. Allie said hello to Jean and hello to you. Glenda also says hello to some folks. Jean just started Your Boyfriend Needs an Exorcism and is loving the writing. And turns out it's because you've read that author before. Totally didn't know when you picked up the novel from NetGalley, which is funny. So you're like, oh, I like this. It's really familiar and I like it because you've read it. Nice. And Jean says, someone recommended the Penningham Wars as an arc for middle grade, and I'm enjoying it. I'm at 85%. Excellent. This video that I'm doing right now is non-arc recommendations for middle grade and anthology. Right now, my count is at 10, 20, 35 recommendations. So I think Atia will have me beat by like 2, but about around 40 recommendations. And then I'm also going to make an Instagram post, I think, of books on NetGalley that look interesting for middle grade and anthology. So we'll get those both going. Annette says, Gina, I just got that today. It sounds really fun. Yeah. Beck finished Love You to Death. Yay. And got review submitted. Oh my God. Nice. 4.5 rounded up to 5 and loved it. I have to go now, but have a great night. Thanks so much for joining and hanging out. I also tend to round up. Like if it's a 4.5, I'm going to consider it like in my 5-star reads category. For purposes of like, obviously if I'm posting anywhere that rounds their stars, just because why not? Doesn't hurt anybody. Crimson Whispers is here. Hello, hello. And says such a cute little screen. Yeah. The little Spirit City. I love Spirit City. I am absolutely feral for their new version, their new DLC called Magical Library. I'm going to lose my mind. Vanessa came and joined us. Hey, Vanessa, how's it going? How are you today? I know, I was just about to say, you've been busy. This week feels like it's go, go, go. We went to see Spider-Man with my husband's family today and then went out to eat. That sounds very nice. Are you doing any reading or any other stuff that you've got going on? Let us know. Glenda says hi to Vanessa and hello Beck and hi from Allie. And then Ashley joined. Hey, Ashley, how are you? What are you doing today? I get to talk to Ashley all the time and it's delightful. I love it. It's great. We've got some hellos from Glenda and to Ashley and from Vanessa. We got hellos all over the place. And Amal joined. Hey, Amal, how are you? I think it's been a while since I've seen you on sprints, but hello and welcome back. Let's see. Vanessa's responding to a comment where somebody had said, I wish that people read books instead of playing video games. And I'm just going to agree with Vanessa here. I love books and video games, and I make time for both. What I don't make time for sometimes is my job, but won't worry about that. I love cross-pollinating my hobbies. I have video games about books and books about video games, and I like them both. So I agree. Amal is reading Roles and Rivalry. Hell yeah. Page 69. I really loved the previous book, the previous interconnected standalone. Whew. In the series, another great example of a book about gaming that I really love. And yeah, Ashley says, I love books and video games. Demers says, I submitted the review for the book I finished today. +1, I finished that in June. My NetGalley percentage is now 27%. Very nice. I like it. I like it. Based on the ones that I've submitted so far, because again, I've got like my little pile that I'm working through. My ratio started at 61%. It's up to 65. I think when I submit all of these, it will go up again to 70. And then I'll start reading for the month. Amal says, making a late lunch, so be right back. Nice. I had a late-ish snack lunch, and now my husband will feed me dinner, and it'll be great. And Glenda says hello to Amal. Crimson's finished one audiobook today, one book, and in my second graphic novel, Journey to the West, I'm 28% through. Oh my God, you're so productive today. Holy crap. I'm impressed. What team are you on? Out of curiosity. But that's amazing. Congrats. Jennifer says, went down the YouTube rabbit hole, made it to 12% of the Game Changer by Lana Ferguson. That gets me too. There's a couple of different internet rabbit holes that I'm extremely susceptible to. So Corey says, I got to 37% in dARCmore, sat and stared at my new bookshelves my hubby just put up, and now I'm getting ready to make some birria tacos for dinner. Corey, do you also want a wife in addition to your husband? Because if you wanted to sit and read dARCmore aloud to me while we look at bookshelves and then be fed birria tacos, that sounds fantastic. Sounds like a great day. And Ashley says hi to Corey. Annette finished my book just before the sprint ended. Yay! We're having all sorts of finished books today. I feel like I need to get a stream bot with some like actions for book finishing so that we can celebrate properly. Ashley said, I've had a really bad stomach ache all afternoon, so I'm just chilling in my bed. Yeah, that's fair. I do that even when I don't have a bad tummy ache. Sarah's here. Hello, hello. Popped in midway through the last sprint and reading The Sirens by Amelia Hart. I have heard good things about that, so I hope you're really enjoying it. And welcome in. Renee submitted my first read for ARC August, The Tea Dragon Society. Just started reading Red Rex by Matthew Malema for middle grade. Yay! And look, grade prompts, because middle grade prompts are quick reads. Just saying. Purple Elephant says, switched to my audiobook, The Wager by David Grand, to get some productivity stuff done and listen to 25% of it. Excellent. That feels like a lot. And Demers just got 2 more books. This is what happens when we're spending so much time focusing on NetGalley. Like, I don't know about y'all, but when I'm navigating around NetGalley, when I'm like filling out reviews, I do a lot of refreshing. I do a lot of like going back to the dashboard page. And then every time I'm on that little dashboard page, I'm like, oh, look at that thing. That looks really good. Oh. And so how do you not just get stuck in I'm like, oh, that looks kind of good. Maybe I should take a look at that. Maybe I should apply for this one over here. Like, there is a book that I have put on my list to request after ARC August. It is a graphic novel called Juliet and Juliet. And it's what happens when Shakespeare's famous tragedy gets totally flipped. Because it's a sapphic. Juliet and Juliet. Incredible. How could I not want to immediately get that? You know what I mean? I feel your pain. Crimson Whisperer says, since the readathon started, I've already gone up 2%, 32 to 34. Hell yeah. And Crimson Coven, that's fair. It's not Obsidian Order, but that's okay. I love y'all anyway. Ashley says, I'm still working my way through Don't Go Baking My Heart today, which is just the cutest title around. Corey says, you sure know how to sweet talk a girl. Buckle up, Buttercup. I'm going to wife you up. Look, you can come visit anytime. My husband will order DoorDash for both of us, I guess, too. Renee says, I'm loving the middle grade prompt. I'm super excited about it, which I did not expect. I have a list of books on my shelf and have found some to read on NetGalley. I love that. And I mean, I think that's why we picked them, is because Achi and I both have a lot of middle grade books that have surprised us. Like, in June, I read Cattywampus by Ash Van Otterloo, and it was a 5-star read. Like, I think that there's a lot of stigma around middle grade and even YA not being complex or like not being, for some reason, being not as good of books because they are for lower readership levels. But there are so many books that prove that myth absolutely incorrect. And like Cattywampus had a fantastic plot, fantastic character development and relationship development, incredible themes. It was an enjoyable read from start to finish, regardless of the fact that it is a middle grade reading level. And so I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. I'm so glad that you're getting something out of it. And I'm real excited. I'm so happy. Vanessa started reading Witch Hat Atelier Volume 1 so I can complete my Camp Neck Alley badge. I think I will be doing that probably like today, tomorrow, somewhere in there. I am in the middle of Splintered Kingdom. I'm like 20 something, like 30% in. So doing that. I also, as I was picking anthologies off my shelf, I forgot that I had this Octavia Butler essay. It's a single essay, so it's not an anthology, but it's literally one singular essay that's been printed. A few simple rules for predicting the future. So I'm like, oh, this is like 50 pages. I can read this real fast and get a book off of my physical bookshelf. So I might read this and Witch Hat Atelier tonight. Going to bed, maybe. Crimson Whisper says, read now. Graphic novels and manga are a big weakness for me. Especially because in my brain, I'm like, okay, Allie, yeah, you got 50 books on your shelf you need to read. Yeah, you have a lot of old books that have been hanging out for 2 years you need to read. But if I get a graphic novel, it'll be so fast. It'll be so fast. Why not just get it? That's the devil over here. That's what they're saying to me. Nope, it's not good. Jean says, I keep going between 58 to 59 all weekend because you submit and then you get one, and then you submit and then you get one. Theoretically, mathematically speaking, if you do a one-on-one review, request, your percentage should be going up infinitesimally. Vanessa says, I'm also trying to finish my last July read, which is A Vow and Vengeance. Excellent. It feels like it's taken me 10 years, but I do like it. I get that sometimes. There will be books where I'm like, hey, this is a great time and I'm really enjoying reading it. I'm also only reading 5% a day. I've had a couple of books like that where I'm like, it was great and I loved it. And I could put it down as opposed to I couldn't put it down, which to me feels like a testament more to like how much the book is making me think about stuff. Crimson says, I've been good so far. I've read more than I requested. I'm proud. I'm very proud of you. I'm proud of all of us. Because, yikes. It's so dangerous. Especially when you've got people like Jean and Jamie who are in here sometimes telling people about great books and being like, oh, you could just request this. Look at it. It's read now. Chaos agents. Chaos agents. I've got Neck Alley open right here. And there's another one that just popped up. I'm like, oh, this one, I think, though, it's a cute cover, but I'm not super interested in the description. So, crisis averted. You know what I mean? Yay. I gotta get off of this website. I gotta get off of here. I gotta close this tab. Get away from there. But yeah, so this next sprint, I will be finishing my YouTube video editing. I will get that downloaded and posted, I hope. And then I think I'm going to start with my next two for The Library of Amerlin by Kaylin Josephson and The Duke's Got Mail by Samara Parrish. Those are the next two reviews that I'll write. And if I get both of those done in the sprint, then I will start editing my next Roll for TBR video. It's possible that I don't tell people about it enough. I do post more on Instagram than YouTube. But I do a series called Roll for TBR where my TBR shelf has 248 unread books on it at this moment in time. And so I go through and I roll a D20 because I do play D&D and I like that a lot. I roll a D20 and I land on one of these 20 prompts. And then I just pick a book that fits in that prompt. And it's my way of like giving myself a prompt, but also allowing myself to mood read. If I see people do the thing where they like pick a book out of a jar. And the thing is, if I did that, my brain would be like, You're telling me to read this? I don't want to. Doesn't matter if it was like my most anticipated read. Could not matter less. If you tell me to do the thing, my brain will not want to do the thing. So this way I'm rolling for a prompt to fulfill. So it's giving me a direction, and then I just pick something that fits within that. So I have like 5 of those videos to post because they are by far my most popular reels on there. So yeah. Corey says, I don't think I've gotten a single read now that I did in fact read now. My read nows are all read laters, but get them nows. Crimson says 85% of the time though, we listen to the devil on the shoulder that says, what's wrong with just one more? What's wrong with that? If Tor has approved me at my 60%, who needs to be at 80? You know what I mean? Corey says, I love your roll for TBR videos. My hubby just bought a giant pink foam D20 and it's inspired you. Also, I do feel like a giant foam D20 would be helpful to me. I'm gonna make a note. We're gonna look that up later. Giant foam D20. I also think for my like D&D games that I play, that feels like a really good Doom roll, like box of Doom roll, because I don't have an actual box of Doom. If I can find a pretty one, I might do that. That sounds fun. Ashley says, I need you to do a video walkthrough of how you have your reading planner set up. Maybe you did this before. I think I did, actually. So I'm pretty sure on my channel, I should know this. I should know about the videos that I have posted. Yes. So I called it, I'll post the link in here. It's called Lazy Girl Book Journaling. Lazy Girl Book Journaling video. So just posting the link to it in the chat for you. My book journal, if any of you create a journal, if you bullet journal, you create the pages yourself, good on you. And in fact, I'm actually really bad at following through with my book plannering. So what I did is I love the Happy Planner system. It's disc bound, so everything goes into these little discs, and then you can easily move stuff around. Because if I, like the month of July, I literally did not use my planner. So I took the unused July pages that are blank and I moved them to use in a later month so they don't feel like they're wasted, which is really important to me. And I wanted really specific things in a book journal, but I didn't want to like have to draw the pages myself. I would not, I can't do it. I'm not that strong. So instead what I did is I went on Canva. I purchased a Canva template for like just book journal, one that I liked kind of some of the pages of. And then it was a Canva template. So then I just went in and customized it to the colors that I wanted. I made it Happy Planner size. I have the classic Happy Planner, which is smaller than like full pages. And yeah, I just went through and created pages that I wanted to read. So I wanted like a bookshelf spread, but I wanted to make sure that it would have enough books for me. So each page holds 60 books. What else did I do? I have series pages. So I have pages to review an entire series of books. I need to print out the titles and stuff. I have monthly spreads. So I have a monthly page every month that has my book club book of the month, and then anything that is launching that month. And then I write the date of when I actually read the book that launched then. And then on the back of each of these pages, I write down the books that I read that month. And I kind of keep a total of how many books each month that I read for my physical TBR and how many indie books that I read. Because I always want to make sure I'm reading at least one book off my physical TBR and at least one indie book. Usually I try to get a lot more of both of those. So like April was a fantastic month. May was good. Indie May, 16 books for my physical TBR and 15 indies. And then I have challenge pages. So for challenges like my 26 and 26, I have a list of all the books that I want to read, and then I can write down when I read them and what their rating is. I also made some pages for blank challenges, like challenges that I don't know about yet. So for example, this is my Pride page that I did for June. So it just has, I can write the challenge name in, write the book titles down as I go throughout the month. And then I have some pages for things like what my top reads are, what were my 5-star reads, and that kind of thing. So I made the pages myself off of a Canva template that I purchased for like $5. So lazy girl book journaling. Purple Elephant says, that sounds like a fun way to do it. Would you be willing to share how you came up with said prompts? Yeah, my goal is to read as much through my physical TBR, and I'm 33% through it. 100%. On my Instagram, I do have, I think it's pinned to the top of my profile. I have the prompts. Anybody can use them. We don't gatekeep here. We also don't girl boss. I don't think I do that. I don't think I'm in charge of anything, but I'll put that in the chat here. Roll for TBR prompts. And so what I did is I thought about prompts that I've really enjoyed from readathons. And I also thought about how I could, if there were any prompts that fit my bookshelf in particular. So for example, one of the prompts is read a book that's old enough to be a toddler, meaning it's been on my shelf for 2 or more years. Because I have a lot of those. Read a book by one of my favorite or auto buy authors, because I have several authors who I automatically buy their books, then they sit on my shelf. So I need to read them. If I'm gonna auto buy, then I need to auto read. So things like that. And then I did put in the caption some alternate prompts, because I put some prompts in there before realizing that they were kind of really tough. So like I said, read a book with less than 3-star rating on Storygraph. It's actually really hard to find on my bookshelf, because usually when I buy books, I look to see what the rating is, you know? And so I have like alternates that I use too. Jean says, my brain was doing the, I don't want to read, your boyfriend needs an exorcism, because the poll picked it. And that is why when I put up my polls, I put up my poll for the top books that I was excited to read. So there's link for the book. You. And then Elephant says this year. Yeah. I keep a massive spreadsheet of my physical TBR and what I'm reading, so that I know my stats. Having stats and numbers helps me so much. I'm very much a stats driven person. Demers says, I put the book I wanted to read on my poll, and it is the only option that hasn't gotten a vote yet. No. Do I need to go look at the polls and vote? I can go look at the polls. I can go look. But also, I do keep seeing people post polls, and I'm like almost always voting on the one that I have liked or have read in the past. So, yeah. Ashley says, do you print on thicker paper? Kind of. That's a great question. I went on like an Office Depot website and got the 7-inch by 9.25-inch paper, whatever size it is. And it was the only one they had. And I think because it was paper that was sized specifically for Happy Planner pages, it came a little bit thicker, maybe. Hello, Sylvia just joined. Hello, welcome. Welcome in. I haven't seen you on Sprints before, but hello, how are you? Reading Fairy Tale tonight by Veronica Lancet. Excellent. I think that one's a thick book, right? That one's a long boy. Jean says, I'm trying to be good. I want my requested books to get down below 70. This is an area that I'm doing really good in, because I usually either get denied right away or approved right away. In my not active pending requests, I only have 4. Yeah. I also do get a lot of books from my auto approval, and I've just been requesting fewer books than normal anyway. And Glenda says hello to Silvix. This is the role for TBR prompts on Instagram. Ashley says, I really need to stop buying books, but it's been difficult with both my libraries closed for renovation. Oh, I've been trying to buy secondhand independent as much as I can. Yeah, I really, my thing is, I do have disposable income. And even if I'm not sure if I'll keep a book, I don't know if I'll like the book yet. I hope I do. If I pick books that I think I will like, I buy almost exclusively from indie bookstores, and directly from indie authors. I don't buy books from Amazon. I've bought like one book from Walmart lately. I haven't shopped at Target in a couple of years. Um, so I rarely go into a Barnes and Noble. It's kind of like if I'm in a mall, which I also don't really go to very often. If I'm in a mall, maybe I'll go into a Barnes and Noble, but I really don't. I buy books from indie bookstores. And so even if it turns out to be something that I don't love, food delivery. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Want to say hi to the people?
Hi to the people.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Aww. Yay. I got a vanilla shake and I did not expect it to be this large. Yum. But yeah, I figure I'm like, even if I don't end up loving the books, I'm spending money on indies. I'm supporting indie shops, indie presses, indie authors. And two, if I don't like it, I give it away. I give it to a little free library, my little free library. I give it to people at book swaps. I think about if any of my friends might like it. I got a couple of ARCs from Bindery. I'm a member of multiple of their imprints, and some of their books that were coming out were scary, and I don't read scary. I'm very baby. And so I just said, hey, I texted my friend Andy, and I was like, hey. She loves horror. She loves scary. It's like, hey, Andy, do you want these? Do you want me to bring them with to the next time I see you? And she's like, oh, thank you for thinking of me. That's awesome. She's so excited. And so it's just, I don't know, it's very easy to just, I don't know. I'm fine buying them. I do want to read them though. My problem is space. I don't have the space for all of them, so I need to read them. Purple Elephant says, thank you. You're welcome. And Atia's here. Hey, Atia. Atia, Vanessa, you're over here in the chat, and I will note that I put the join link in the host channel. So, But yeah, go Obsidian Order. Go all the teams, but, we're a little partial. Vanessa says, you started talking about your planner, which led me to plan out my week ahead. You're welcome. I should do that. Purple Elephant says, same. And my entire physical TBR. I do as well. I built a spreadsheet. It's not very fancy, but it works for me and gives me the numbers that I need to be able to motivate myself to read more. Crimson says, the audiobook I'm planning to get to tomorrow is Aicha. Hell yeah. By Soraya. Oh boy. I don't know how to say that. Hold on. Bozawi, maybe? Soraya Bozawi. It won the poll by 11 votes. I did vote for Aicha because I've heard fantastic things about it. I've heard amazing feedback for it. So I hope that you love it. Ashley says, I wondered if it was 8.5 by 11. There is a happy planner that is 8.5 by 11. It is the big size happy planner. It is like barely different from the one that I have. So I might not recommend the classic size to someone who's just getting started with the happy planner ecosystem. And I could reasonably see myself upgrading at some point in the future just because it's easier to print. Like right now, if I want to print, it's kind of a hassle because I have to switch my printer settings over to the tiny pages and it's a pain in the ass. But if I switched over to the big size and could do normal paper, then I could print normally and I could give myself way more custom pages because it would be easier. So yeah, I'm a huge advocate for a happy planner because it helps with neurodivergence. So Demar says, it's okay. I want to read the one that is winning too, so I'll read the other one after the winner. That's Atia says, currently in book club. Okay, that's fine, I guess. Sobek says, I'm good. And yes, this copy of Fairy Tale is 730 pages. All right, well, not very long ago, I was complaining because on my poll, I said, which books should I read first? And y'all said Splintered Kingdom, which is like 500 pages. And then you said Mother of Death and Dawn, which is like 700 pages. And I was like, ugh. And then last chatty bit, I asked you what anthology I should read for this month. And you picked this behemoth, a 600-page fantasy and sci-fi anthology, which is admittedly very pretty. But I think that you're all trying to kill me. Hilo got to 50% of If It Makes You Happy by Julie Olivia, and you're loving it. I want to live inside the book. That's such a good feeling. Oh, I'm glad that you love it. Allie got to 12% in 1984. You're cruising. And hello, brother husband. He was a little taken aback by the fact that he was on video, so apologies to Allie's husband. The shake is from Arby's. I have 3 choices of food places on DoorDash: McDonald's, Dairy Queen, and Arby's. And Arby's is the lesser of the 3 terrible food choices. It's the least terrible of the 3 food choices. So I need DoorDash to open back up to the city that's 20 minutes away. And hello to Josh. Jamie's here. Hey, Jamie, how are you? And what have new reads on deck? Crimson says, I have a rule with myself. Only books I read and gave 4+ stars, I buy come into my home. Other than that, I do NetGalley or buy ebooks on Kindle or online. I would love to say I could do that, but I don't love the idea of like buying a book twice, reading it on my ebook, and then buying just a copy to have as a trophy. Like I'd want to read. I like reading physical copies, but then also, I don't know. I couldn't. I don't think I could live with that rule for myself. I like buying books too much. Ashley says, I've been selling my read books to my local secondhand bookstore. Yeah. And there are sometimes, like, if I just have a million of them, like truly an obscene pile for the swap, then what I'll do is I will go into my local indie that does do buybacks. And she knows me, and I just say, hey, you give me whatever you think is fair. I'm not doing the negotiating thing. Give me whatever you think is fair, and I'm good. I'm just getting rid of, I don't want them back. Because she's like, let me pay you something for them. And I'm like, okay, you can pay me something. And then I always leave the store buying more than I get anyway. Renee says, go Obsidian Order. Yay. And Vanessa doesn't have on-screen energy. That's fair. Also, go Emerald Enigma. Here's the thing. I love my team. I want my team to win. But I also love all the people on the other teams. Yeah. So, hi, Jamie. And hi to Mr. Annotation. I like that. I like that a lot. Renee says, no DoorDash here, but it's probably for the best. Yeah, and our DoorDash is good. Our drivers are awesome. They're super fast. There's just all of everything over in, like, the nearest city to me is 18 or 20-minute drive. And it has so many things. It has all the things, all the stuff that a normal city would have. And, like, some of them individually would deliver with their own services. Like the Walmart that's out there delivers. If I shopped at Target, the Target would deliver to me. The Cub Foods grocery store will deliver to me, but none of the food options, and the liquor store out there will deliver to me. None of the food options deliver to me. And I'm like, what? There's a Taco Bell out there. Taco Bell won't deliver to me. I hate it. I'm mad. Jamie says, my arcs currently are Exodus, the Helium Sea by Peter F. Hamilton, and the Penguin Book of the International Short Story, edited by Rabi Alameddine. Exodus is over 700 pages long, sci-fi. We're all doing thick-ass books today. And hi, Glenn from Jamie. Jean voted for your poll, Demers. Yay. Ashley says, my guy here will either do cash or store credit. He gives me more in store credit. Yeah. And I will always do store credit. Are you kidding me? I have to buy new books, and this bookstore, they're also a Dungeons and Dragons shop. So they will always have Dungeons and Dragons books and stuff. And they will always have, they work with a not a crafter, a artisan who makes D&D dice, and they're really pretty. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's yummy. Yum. Corey says, my birria tacos are done. I'm a heckin' good wifey. And also really good. Crimson says, the reason I made this rule is because I had over 1,000 books and read less than half. I always do rereads of books I love, and I never get bored of them. I will sometimes do rereads, and I would like to do more of them. But right now, I have approximately a total of 460-ish books, and 244 of them are not read. So that's not a great percentage for me. I really need to get that down. And I keep all of the ones that I have read downstairs on the built-in bookshelves, and all the ones that I haven't read up here on a little bookshelf. And they're crammed in there. So there's no space. I need to get them read. I just got to work on it. Ashley says, each of my poll picks have one vote. It's a 3-way tie at the moment. People got to go vote. Demar says, thanks. And Ashley says, yes, this one is too. It's called The Mythical Bookworm, and they have painting nights for D&D. That's very cute. Oh, that sounds adorable. Mine does silent book club pajama nights. So they'll have nights where it's like 6 to 9 p.m. You go in your pajamas. They got beanbags everywhere. They got couches, and they're just like, come read. And it's great. I love that. I love it so much. All right. We are going to look at it happen into our next sprint. A reminder that if you have not yet, make sure that you go and submit your bonus points for attending the sprint and chatting in the chat. You do have to say something in the chat to claim points. So just a reminder there. Crimson is going to head off for the night. Oh, you're in the UK. It is very late. Good night. Have a great night. Thanks for joining. But make sure that you submit to get your points. And also, every time you submit for one of my sprints, you will also get a giveaway entry to win some free books that are signed from me. I didn't sign them. The author of them signed. Anyway, so make sure you go submit those. Ashley, no, you're not tied. Perfect. So I will bring StreamYard back up. I think StreamYard, Spirit City, Spirit City's screen sharing will get better, I think, once I finish this book. Or once I finish this video that I'm editing. I think me editing my video in my video editing software is causing this to like not share the screen constantly. So I only have 6 more minutes to get through for editing, and then I'll be done. So hopefully once I close that program down, this will get better. But we're going to sprint for another hour. I'm going to eat my food too. And I will see you all in 60 minutes. So happy sprinting. All right, that's one more sprint down. Welcome back, everybody. I have upgraded to a sweatshirt because it is so fucking cold in my house. It is absolutely frigid. So I upgraded to a sweatshirt. I did get my video edited and fully posted. So that is currently available if you want to watch it. I always feel a little bit weird, I think, being like, hey, go like promoting myself a little bit sometimes is like, go watch my stuff. But in this case, you get points for it. You get points for any time you watch and interact with host content. All you have to do is watch and leave a comment and you get bonus points, which is great. So I will put a link in the chat here. This is my video on recommendations for middle grade books and anthologies. This is my recommendations of just the books that I had in my house, not even my NetGalley ones yet. That I think is going to be in an Instagram post. I'll do just an image carousel for it. But remember that you can get points for being on sprints. You should go and submit those, but then you can also earn points for just watching any host content. So that does include Instagram posts, reels, TikToks, etc. We just really want to encourage folks to participate with hosts because it is how we can have channels and how some of us can, be spending the time with you. So yeah. So finished that video, got that video posted. I did eat dinner and then I've started writing one of my reviews. So I'm currently reviewing The Library of Amerlin, which was great. It was like a 5-star book for me. And then next I will review The Duke's Got Mail by Samara Parrish. So I'm going to get those 2 reviews done and then I'll start editing a roll for TBR video. I'm just going to edit that on my phone, I think, since Spirit City's being weird today. So that's what I did. It's like, it feels like not a lot, but getting that video done, I've been needing to get it done for a week. So, all right. Crimson did submit already. So good night. Good night. Hope you had a good one. Ashley says, I see that now, Jean, and thanks for voting. And asks, do we have to submit a form saying that we did the poll or anything for bonus points? When you go to submit your books, any books, it will ask you if you are applying a, what do you call it? It'll ask if you're applying a Secret Society challenge bonus point to this book, which you can only do for one book per week. And so it should just be on the normal form. You don't have to do anything else. Hilla says, I love having books on my shelf as possibilities. I've been better about only buying books I love. I tend to listen to audiobooks. And I also have gotten better at judging at least what I will like. 100%. I definitely have a lot of books that I have been like unhauling slowly because I'm like, you know what? Why did I pick this up? That was dumb. That was dumb of me. Why did I do that? So I've learned what I will probably like versus what I won't. And, just bought fewer of the ones. Oh my gosh, bought fewer of the ones that I won't. And then I agree. If I don't like something, I love passing it on to a friend or my neighborhood little free libraries. Yeah. I think of books as sentient creatures who want to be loved. And I think about like, I don't know. I'm like, if I have a book sitting on my shelf gathering dust, that book might be kind of sad. If I'm not rereading it, if I'm not loving it. Sometimes I pull books off my shelves to talk about in videos and stuff. And if there's a book I'm not pulling to talk about because I didn't love it, or I don't know, it's just not a book that I resonated with as much, that book deserves to go to a home that will appreciate it. And same thing with my physical TBR. If there's a book over there that's been sitting there for a couple of years and is doubting that they're ever going to get picked, well, let's give it to someone who will pick it. Amal got to page 113. Excellent. Tiff joined. Hello. Joining late, but listening to Summers at the Saint while I do some Sunday night chores. I do need to take garbage out during this next sprint quick. Need to get that done. Amal got to page 144, and I love that the dog's name is Zoinks, a Scooby-Doo reference. Nice. Page 167 now, and retiring for the day. Have a great night, Amal. Good sleep. Gilda says so as well. And Molly showed up. Hey, Molly, how's it going? Tell us what 12 books you're reading today. Molly's always got a lot going on. Vanessa edited a week 1 vlog. Yay, what you have of it so far. I put together a vlog for Prideopoly, which by the way ended June 30th. I still haven't edited it. I don't know that vlogging, I feel so awkward. And I forget to actually record me doing anything. So my vlogs are mostly like me talking about the things that I did, and that's it. So Demers got to 7% in The Book Witch by Meg Schaefer. I have that one on my list too. I feel like I just want to be like, okay, here's everything on my list. Who has these also? Let's read them together. Ashley says, I like the house to feel like a penguin habitat. I do not like my house to be warm. Like, I don't want to consciously be like, ooh, I'm warm. But right now it is very cold. It's 68 degrees in here. And the thing is that because it's so hot outside, it feels extra cold in here. Nobody tell my husband. I'm saying this quietly so he doesn't hear me. I just turned the thermostat up to 70. Because I'm too cold. I'm so cold. I shouldn't be this cold in the middle of summer. This is linked to the video that I just posted here. And Jamie says, bonus points are always nice. I agree. Allie got to 17% in 1984. You're cruising through. And Jamie made her TBR video yesterday, which has a few anthology arcs on it. Yay. But no middle grade. There's that middle grade Witch Hat Atelier for Camp Night Alley, though. Paperback says, had fun, kept checking in while reading, but also doing other things today. Distraction day. Leaving now to get some wind down, but we'll still get in some more reading. That sounds really nice. Just winding down for the day, reading a little bit. I like it. Yu is writing today and says, I'm so close to my word count goal. I can taste it. Yes. Oh, hitting your word count goal in a day sounds delightful. That sounds so good. Jamie finished 2 stories. Finished 2 stories in the Penguin Book of International Short Story. This is definitely going to be my anthology for her kid because I have arcs or physical books for a bunch of these authors. Excellent. I'm really excited for that her kid prompt. I'm jazzed. Jean says my tab hibernated. Sadie got to 5%. Nice. And Ashley says, I can't do hot ever. I can definitely do hot if I'm prepared mentally, emotionally, and physically. I can do hot. When I go spend time in Puerto Rico, I can do 90 degrees all day, every day, including sleeping, because I'm spending every day on a beach and drinking chichaito and eating empanadillas. I'm fine with that. It's when I'm in Minnesota and I'm going from inside to outside all the time, and it's really, really humid. Corey cleaned up dinner, did dishes, and I'm going to sit down and try to make myself do my July reading wrap up. Shh, it's not too late. It's never too late. You got this. Molly says, well, I've finished 4 so far in August, and my in-progress book is called Wide Eye. I'm trying to focus on middle grade arcs, although I will have to read other stuff too. But yay, bonus prompt. Woo, woo, woo. Sadie says, I have the arc for the book which as well. Yay. Oh, we should read that together. Jean finished the audiobook arc for the Penny Moores. It was written by a dad with his kids during the pandemic. That's cute. That's really cute. I like that. My voice is like kind of sore after yesterday, and whenever I'm like on videos and stuff, I talk in my higher voice. I talk in my higher register. I talk in my like more customer servicey voice. I was in customer service for a long time. But when I get really tired, I do lapse into my normal voice, which is down here. And kind of scratchy because I was losing it a little bit. But it's always a little surprising to me when I'm like, oh yeah, I can talk lower. And I do normally when I'm just talking. Let's see. Hello, Miranda. Read before dinner, intermission, and after. Went to a 1 p.m. show, Phantom of the Opera. Now, onto a new book. Just have to decide. I can never do hot either unless in water. Yeah. If I'm on a beach, if I'm in a pool, I am perfect. If I'm nowhere near a body of water, but the air feels like water, ooh, gross. I also forgot to mention, I literally forgot that I did this during the sprint. I did read this little essay book. A Few Rules to Predict the Future by Octavia E. Butler. It's an essay on how her writing continually predicted futuristic events and what she thought about that. And this was really, really good. I liked it. It's just a little guy. Demar says, I just started it. You want to read it now? I can't read it now because I have 3 other books I'm starting first, and all of them are like 600 pages. Other people picked that for me sometime during this month. And yeah, humidity can be terrible. Again, if I'm in a pool, yeah, I can deal. If I'm not in a pool, though, rough. And also, if I'm in a pool, I do want there to be like, I want to be able to swim out and be in the sun, but then I also want like a shaded half of the pool. So I want the sun to not move so that I can just keep shade above me most of the day. I think like I want something that I can buy to put at my mom's pool that has a big umbrella that comes out over the pool. But more importantly, I want it to come with a very comfy floaty that I could either lay down on or sit up a little bit to read with a clip thing so that I can clip myself in one spot in the pool. Because in a pool, you tend to move around a lot, and I want to stay under this umbrella, right? And at a certain point in the day, the sun will come down this way. So I want to be on over here. And then the sun will move and it'll be going this way. So I want to be over here to always be under the shade. So I want to be able to clip into different spots to stay in the shade. I don't know if I can make any money making that, but I would like that for myself. So all right. We're done with comments already. So we might hop into our next sprint. I think I'm going to do 2 more sprints tonight, and I think they're going to be shorter sprints. I think I'm going to do 45 minutes just so that I can get 2 more in, but they're not full hours because I'm getting a little sleepy. So this sprint, I'm going to finish my Library of Amerlin review. I'm going to review The Duke's Got Mail, and I'm going to take my trash out, and then maybe I'll edit a TikTok. We'll find out. So, but I do need to get my trash taken out pretty urgently. Trash comes tomorrow, and we have a lot of it to get rid of. Yikes. So let's open this back up. Once again, Spirit City is acting up big time. So it might not stay. I will add a disclaimer to the screen again, but we're going to go ahead and do 45 minutes. So we will come back right at about the 15-minute mark on the hour, and I will see y'all in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. All right, welcome back, everybody. Hello, hello. That sprint, let me know how you went. Let me know what you did, what you got done. I did take all the trash out. I had a bunch of trash in my office because I did kind of like do a mini clean the other day. Doesn't look like it, but I did. And then I also got 2 reviews posted. So that feels really good. I am really tempted this next sprint to start by doing just 2 more reviews, because if I do that, then I will be super close to caught up on reviewing. I only have 4 more reviews total that are outstanding on Allie. So I'm like, maybe. But I think I'm going to post 2 more because one of them is Seek the Traitor's Son. And I fucking loved that book. So I'm like, maybe I do that one first. And then the second one is Bad Boy Era, which I really enjoyed. So maybe I'll do those 2 and then I'll go back to edit the TikTok because I just feel I really want to get my Seek the Traitor's Son review in. It's also technically it's 2 Allie reviews because I did have the ALC and the ARC. So I'm like, it'll count for 2. It'll be a little bit better for me. It'll get my numbers up faster. So maybe I just do that. And my current ratio is at 66% now. I have another one bites the dust. But yeah, so we're getting close. Let's see how y'all did. Oh, Christina was lurking, like just missed the chatty bit. Said trying to get some things done and read. What is this? WTMH. What the Moon Hides by Vanessa Vita Kelly. Is that what that one is? But tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern. You can do it. You can definitely do that. Jean says, did you finish your content? I did finish the YouTube video. So the YouTube video is live. I posted a link in the chat here. I've got links posted in all the places, my own Discord, in the Arc Discord. So you can go check it out if you want, and you can get bonus points if you comment on it. So that'd be really nice. Thanks. And then yeah, I'm gonna be working on additional content too. But Christina gave us all of the reminders. Remember to hydrate. I need to do this especially because I have not even had a full one of these today. I need to have another at least. Missed the chatty bit. Sorry. Allie got to 19% in 1984, and Demers got to 15% of the Book Witch. How are you liking it so far? Demers says I started with 17 reviews to do. I'm not quite almost done. Of the 17 that I originally had to do, I currently have 8 left, but only 4 of them are for Allie. The other 4 were from books that I got directly from the authors as ARCs. So Jean says I wrote the review for shippers and submitted for points. Yay! And I did submit all my reviews for points right away. Because these are all books that I had read before August started. So they're just a little extra bonus point. But I might as well submit them. And Demir says, I was proud of my 2 reviews done. I'm proud of you too. It's taken me a while to work through these because I procrastinate them so intensely. So absolutely good. Allie says when the moon hatched. Okay, got it. I never bought a copy of that, and it was on my TBR for a while, but I'm just like, it's so long, and I have so many really, really big, thick books I need to read. So I just don't have, every time I think about it, I'm like, ugh. And I actually do have a signed deluxe edition copy of the second book in the series, The Ballad of Falling Dragons. And that one I'm actually going to be including in my giveaway. So if you're showing up for my sprints, you're getting entries into the giveaway for every one of my sprints that you join. So yeah. And then yeah, Jean, did you like Shippers? Tell us if you loved it. Molly got to 34% in Hell on Wheels, which is for the Prairie Trail readathon. Very nice. And good job for finishing reviews, everybody. Yay. Jamie says, not much reading, made quattro cheese ramen, such a bizarre fusion snack food. Also fed the cats and spent a while hunting flies with my fly swatter. Do you have an electric fly swatter? Because that changed the game for me, and it's very fun. Jean says, I liked it, and I wanted to love it. It was long chapters and thought it could have been shorter and more edited down. That's fair. Demers is liking the Book Witch so far. It's funny. Yay! And Ashley says, I didn't enjoy When the Moon Hatched. Just wasn't for me, unfortunately, which I think is fair. And Ashley's poll is three-way tied again. Sorry. Sorry. I don't know how to help with that because I already voted. Hill says, eating leftover birthday cake, carrot cake, and ice cream before bed to beat the Sunday scaries. Ooh, yum. That sounds good. And Demers says, so many books have slow bits that could be edited out. I will say, like, it's happening a lot, especially with sequels. There's a lot of pressure for sequels to come out fast. And there are a lot of places that are just not putting the effort that needs to go into editing. More time needs to be spent editing. I think there's a lot of edits that could come out of books that take multiple rounds. And sometimes a lot of time, like, books are being pushed through maybe 2 rounds of editing instead of the 3 that they need or more. And there's no better example than Iron Flame, because I'm so sorry for anybody who liked it, but that book was hot garbage to me. It was very, very clear that that book, Fourth Wing, came out in April. Iron Flame came out in November of the same year. That is crazy to me. No matter if she had it drafted, written, etc., you know that they didn't, until they saw how popular Fourth Wing was, they didn't build it. They waited to build up that Iron Flame release. And it was so long and should have been half the length at most. It needed some severe editing. So I agree. Jean says, I have laughed out loud at the shippers. Oh, I love when books are like actually make you laugh out loud. I love that. Molly says, remember that I was the first to love When the Moon Hatched. I do love Sarah A. Parker's other series, To Bleed a Crystal Bloom. And I'm a little salty because she's like took a break from Crystal Bloom to write When the Moon Hatched and Ballad of Falling Dragons. And I'm like, please get back to Crystal Bloom book 4. I'm begging you. Demers says, Ashley, you got to read all 3 then. Haunted is here. Hello, happy time zone. What are you reading tonight? And Jean says, I'll change my vote. Ashley, nice. And now you have to. Jean says, I feel like books aren't edited. I just submitted a review yesterday for an audiobook that I'm like, I don't think this audiobook was edited. Like, I genuinely don't believe somebody listened to the audiobook all the way through, because so many words were mispronounced. Even like places too, like Tucson. Tucson, Tucson, Arizona, the name of a city, was consistently throughout the entire book read as Tucson. Which 100% the first time I ever read Tucson, I was like, I thought it was Tucson until I heard anybody say it out loud. And it was repeated so many times throughout the book that I'm like, and it was not just that, it was multiple words. I'm like, I don't think anybody listened to this ever. Ashley says, Vanessa voted. So Vanessa might be lurking and will have voted for you. And Molly says, so if you draw Ashley for your Ballad of Falling Dragons giveaway, just send it to me instead. The way that it'll work is I'll actually just draw the 5 winners, and whoever I draw first will get first dibs on the books that are available, and then I'll just ship them. So it'll be a choice situation. Jamie says, I just have a flappy yellow plastic swatter on a wire stick. I'm developing great skills, though, with it. I love that for you. And Jean says, I was very torn between Chuck Tingle and Tiffany D. Jackson. Both great choices. Molly says, I'd also think that indie authors are more likely to edit their own books, but since they know what they intend for the story, they don't always edit enough. 100%. And I am always going to give a lot more leniency to indie authors and indie presses. Like, you don't have the same resources. But for Iron Flame to be the most highly requested book for all of, 2023? Whatever year that was. And that's like a direct quote from like the New York Times. The most requested book release of the year to have grammatical errors go to print, to be like 600 pages and be so repetitive over and over and over again, to have extraneous, like it was bad. And if this is the most highly anticipated book of the entire year from a major publisher, I don't have a lot of grace for that. Indies, I ask that you run things through maybe a spell check, have somebody else read it, have some beta readers help catch it, things like that. But I'm never gonna be mad at an indie author for missing a typo, So Haunted says, yes, I was an indie author, I assume. It is expensive, but we endeavor to do our best. Yeah. And limited resources are limited. We're never gonna shit on indie authors unless they use AI to write their books. Molly says Jamie's got a flappy. We are gonna do one more sprint tonight, one more 45-minute. And hold on, my husband's texting me. He wants me to call my dog upstairs. All right. Oh, I'm getting visitors. 2 of them. Hi, come here. I got one here. This is George, and Maggie's back there. Perfect. He wanted me to get them out of the way so that he gets more room on the bed down there. All right. We're gonna do one more sprint, but before we do, I want to let you know that I will be sprinting on Friday, and it will be a special sprint. On Friday, Ati and I are doing the first of 2 mega sprint events for the month. So on Friday at 4 p.m. Eastern, I will start sprinting, and Atia will join me probably about midway through. And we'll be sprinting on my channel for 5 hours. And then we're going to switch over to Atia's sprints, and I'll join on her channel for a while. And so we'll do 10 hours of sprinting total for Obsidian Order. Obviously, everyone's welcome. But we just thought it'd be fun to do some like mega sprint times. So we'll do that on Friday this week on the 7th. Everything is already scheduled. And then next week, my sprints on Friday will be a buddy read for The Thief and the Traitor's Bride by V.L. Bovolino for anybody who has that. So mark those in your calendar. They will be on the sprint schedule. But just so you know. Ashley says, hi, babies. Jean says, George and Maggie, only 2 babies. I thought you had 3. We only have 2. Maggie is a little aggressive toward other dogs. And so as much as we would love to get a 3rd, that would not be a good situation for her. She needs a home with no new dogs. Actually, right now. What are you doing? Puppies. What are you doing? They're like growling over there, but not at each other. And Glenda says, hello, George and Maggie. And Molly says, yay, special sprints. Oh, come here, Meg. There's Maggie. Come here. Come show your face to the people. She doesn't like to come out, though. She's a little scared of walking over by stuff. Hi, pretty girl. Are you so beautiful? You're so beautiful. Wow. Would you like a Cheeto? I rustled the Cheeto bag to get them to come say hi. And so now I do feel a little bit like I have to. Oh, and he heard too. I do feel a little bit like I have to deliver on this promise. All right. One for Maggie. Thank you. And one for the boy. Good boy. Thank you. All right. Hi, Georgia Maggie, Georgia Margaret. Oh, you're going to hang around? Hoping you get some more? You're not getting any more, sorry. Puppies don't need that. All right, you guys will go lay down. Yeah. This is a doghouse. It's their house. We just also live here. So, but yeah. So special sprints at the end of the week. I may sprint more this week. I find that I do have some extra time this month, so I'm like, ooh, maybe I can just sprint more then, which would be really fun. I'd like to. So we'll see. But right now I just have Fridays scheduled, and then make sure that you're submitting your points. Jean says, did you get them both at the same time? No, we got Maggie first, then we got George a year later. And then you could tell it was a doghouse by the couch. The couch in our living room has belonged to them for a very, very long time. They have very slowly, and that's fine. It's them. Then Molly says, I hope the chat doesn't clue into the fact that you've paid me to be goofy so you can give out details of your giveaway. Oh, have you? That is actually news to me as well. But I would have given you details had you asked. So if you ask, I'll always tell. But yeah, all right, we're gonna head into our last sprint of the night. We will toss up our last sprint banner. We'll bring up our timer. We are gonna do 45 more minutes, and for our last sprint, let's go to the gazebo. And what can our cow do too? Our cow can game with us. Oh, she can draw. She can paint. She can't sip. She could game with us. We could do a little gaming to end the night. We'll go to evening. Yeah. Okay. So we will do 45 more minutes for our last sprint of the night, and then we'll wrap up. So I will see you on 45 minutes, and happy sprinting. All right, folks, that's our last sprint done. Welcome back. I got 2 reviews written. I'm still finishing up like the actual when you write a review on NetGalley and then you got to post it in these multiple other places, and yeah, it takes a couple of minutes to get things done, it feels like, because then the only thing that I have left to do is to go through and get it posted in the reviews channel and then also submit for it. But I did get my 2 reviews written. My review for Seek the Traitor's Son was long. I wrote a long review for that one because I loved that book so goddamn much. So I had a lot to say. I'm like, the more that I reflect on it, the more I'm like, I think this is not only my best book of the year in a year where I am already having more 5-star reads this year than I've ever had before, but I also think Seek the Traitor's Son might be the best book that I've read of the past several years. Like, it might be my new favorite book of all time. So I just had a lot to say about it. So yeah. If you haven't read Seek the Traitor's Son, please do. I will probably do a reread. I annotated on my first read. I will probably do a reread just on audio before the second book comes out in February. And maybe I'll host like buddy read or book club or something where we do sprints over the course of a month for that. But it was so good. And then the other one that I reviewed was Bad Boy Era by Amy Dawes, which is the last in the Mountain Man Matchmaker series, which I just really liked. It was, I mean, I don't want to say like just fluffy romance, but they're fluffy romance. They make you feel good. Her writing is like, I like her writing, and it's also dependable. Like, I can trust that all of her books will have the same elements that I love. So, you know, I'm probably never not going to like an Amy Dawes book, if that makes sense. So, I am going to get this posted in the chat right now so that I have it in there. Boom. Done there. And yeah, so that's all I did was just those 2 reviews. But honestly, any reviews for me sounds great. I'm going to go get in bed and listen to Splintered Kingdom and probably fall asleep pretty early tonight. Jamie, very clever, Molly, thank you. Ashley says I'm off to bed, and you're welcome for sprints. Good night. Allie got to 24% in 1984, quarter done for the sprints. That's pretty good. And also, I think 1984 is one of those books where it's like, you really do want to take your time with it because, man, there's so many, every single time that I've reread that book, there's more layers to it. Demers got 21%. Excellent. And Heather joined us. Hello, hello. 35 pages of A Rather Vengeful Accord on audio while getting a bit of housework done. I like that. I like the double dipping. And Glenda says, good night, Ashley. Take care. Good night, Ashley, from Allie. Heather says, do you need to read the Divergent series to get into it? No, it is fully separate. It is its own, it's its completely own series. Veronica Roth has written like 11 books since Divergent, and I love all of them. She's dabbled into like futuristic sci-fi. She's dabbled more into like space opera fantasy, into folklore urban fantasy. And it feels to me like all of these projects that she's worked on have been like, hey, you want to see a sci-fi book? I can give you a sci-fi book. Let me play with this. You want to see an urban or folklore, urban folklore something? I can give you that, like whatever. And it feels like Seek the Traitor's Son is one of the first, not the first books ever, but it's like, it feels like this was the book where she said, hey, publishers, I've given you a lot of great books. I want you to let me write something fun that I love. And don't ask me too many questions about it, but just let me write. I've got something. Let me write this for you. And they just said, okay. And they let her. And you can tell that this book holds so much of her passion in it. It's got all of these great, like, echoes of references to incredible dystopian works, incredible sci-fi works, incredible epic romances, incredible fantasy. I can pick out all of these individual references to things, but none of them are copies or anything like that. It's just these little ghosts of references. And so it feels like reading this book was a love letter to all of the books that got her here in her career as an author. Um, and it was just so fucking good. I loved it so much. I also am just a huge fan of her writing style in general. But the male main character in Seek the Traitor Son is my holy grail of male main characters. I love him so bad. He's an incredibly tragic character, and he goes through so much, but he's still like the best person possible despite all of it. Anyway, I could talk about the book forever. I loved it. And yes, Glenda's correct. Atia is going to be sprinting tomorrow. Atia will be next in our ARC August sprinting lineup. I'll come hang out with y'all with her too. Jean says, I requested a book based on a bad AI cover. Yee! Yikes. Allie says, why? I don't want to rush 1984. It's so good. It should not be rushed. You're correct. Demir says, thanks for sprints. Jean says, it's called How My Fake Alien Boyfriend Learned to Cook and Save the Family Business. I don't know that one is an AI cover, actually. Because my friend knows the artist for it. I don't think that is an AI cover. I don't believe so, anyway. I'm trying to find... Yeah, I don't know that one is, looking at it. But so yeah. But you're welcome for sprints. You're welcome. Oh, you're Heather's Haunted Shelf. Okay, cool. Hey. Yeah, and the novella about Slavic folklore, so When Among Crows. And so the sequel to Clutch a Razor, I just think was such like a unique thing because it's contemporary urban fantasy based on Polish folklore, and the combination and it's queer. It's got an couple as the main too. And oh my fuck, it was so good. I loved it. I love all of her fucking books. Oh, got it. The author saw a bad AI cover and then wrote the book based on it. That is funny. I like that. That's a good premise for a book, actually. To be like, hey, AI spits out garbage, but what if we made it silly and better garbage? Like, I like that a lot. All right. I am so tired. I got a lot of sleep, but apparently not enough to recover from my very, very, very long day yesterday. And I do need to drink an entire second. I finished this. I need to drink an entire second one to make sure that I'm properly hydrated. So I'm going to go do that and read Splinter Kingdom some more. So thank you for hanging out with me today. I will see you all back on Friday for Atia and I's Mega Sprints. And I might see you on Atia Sprints tomorrow. But everybody have a great rest of your night. Thank you, Glenda. We'll see you later. See you at the end of the week. And in the meantime, just happy reading for everyone. And happy ARC August.